Good afternoon, members. I shall call committee of the whole on Bill 14, Renewable Energy Products Streamlined Permit Act to order. We are on clause 15. Shall clause 15 pass?
Aye.
Member from Peace River North.
Thank you very much. I'd like to propose, move a motion to, sorry, this is new to me when it comes to these, so I'd like to propose an amendment to clause 15. This is different than the one that was original on the order papers. This one's updated, just because I noticed that there was a flaw with one of the things that I had done on it. Do you want me to hand it in and then read about it, or explain?
You can speak briefly, and then we will take a brief recess.
Okay. Right now, the text that I've got struck out on this is in regards to the agricultural land reserve, and that we should not prioritize energy projects over our agricultural land and the uses that it provides food, and it's a valuable resource for us, that I believe that it should go through due process, and that it should never be prioritized when it comes to energy. That we saw with the Site C dam, that we lost 31,528 acres due to that project. And right now, if that was already a major loss for my region, that I believe that if we allow this to go through, then we really are just prioritizing energy over our farmers, our food, and agriculture.
Okay, we will just take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back. Members, we have an amendment to clause 15. It is, or sorry, my apologies, calling the committee back to order. Members, we have an amendment to clause 15. It is deemed that 15 is in order. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Member from Peace River North.
Thank you very much. The reason that I propose this amendment, as I said previously, is that the priority of when it comes to given industries and what we rely on, agriculture is one of the founding ministries in this government. It's essential for people to live and have the food on their tables. And the land base that we have is limited, and we keep on losing more of it. Right now, there are better ways to prioritize our energy system than squashing the rights of our agricultural land reserves. I'll leave with that right now.
Minister?
Thank you. I mean, obviously, the amendment strikes out everything in the section. So approving the amendment would be the equivalent of voting against the section, exactly the equivalent of voting against the section. But we're happy to deal with the amendment. But I think what would be probably more useful to members is to have the broad debate which members may wish to have on this section in the debate on the main motion. I'll just say that in no way does the legislation affect the application of the Agricultural Land Commission Act. In no way. 20 years ago, under a Liberal government, there was delegation, almost the exact same words, for oil and gas, which has a far larger footprint, by the way, than renewable energy programs. It was put forward by a Liberal government at a time, by the way, when the Liberals had 77 seats in this legislature. And then it was reaffirmed 3 times after that by Liberal governments. And so what we're seeing is the same delegation authority that the BC Energy Regulator has been dealing with for 20 years under its legislation and under the Agricultural Land Commission Act, delegated by the ALC throughout that time. And that what we're doing is making the same, effectively the same delegation for renewable energy projects. In other words, they have, and we'll go through when we discuss the main motion, the detailed capacity of the BC Energy Regulator to deal with these issues and to hold the government's responsibility for the Agricultural Land Reserve and the Agricultural Land Commission Act through serious and thoughtful regulation. This is why we put forward this amendment, because it's required for a single window regulator. If you're against that for this, you'd have to be against that for oil and gas, except of course, for 20 years, that wasn't the case, right? So we oppose the amendment such as it is, and ask members to support that opposition.
Member from Peace River North.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not a Liberal. I'm the MLA for one of the regions that's been pretty much affected the most out of energy projects out of the whole province. When we look at the 3 dams that are affecting my region, the land that just got destroyed by the current project that was based on clean renewable energy.
You have to speak to the amendment, member.
I'm referring to agriculture and the land base. So right now I'm referring to the 31,528 acres that was lost just to the previous project, and that is following the current regulations. What I am saying is that if you bypass using extraordinary measures, it just allows for an even greater number to be lost without the proper consultation to happen in place to be able to help farmers and our agricultural sector and the land base that's already diminishing in a major way.
The question is the amendment to clause 15. Shall the amendment pass?
Nay. Aye.
All right, that is defeated.
Division.
My apologies. Division has been called. Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is, are you in favor of the amendment for Clause 15? All those in favor? Please rise or otherwise indicate. Okay, now be seated. Yep. Okay, please be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Clerk?
Those voting aye, Maas, McCall, L. Neufeld, Payton, Wilson, Valeriot, 6. Those voting nay, Dix, Phillip, Morissette, Green, Bear, Routledge, 6.
Members, there being an equal number of votes for and against, the chair must make a casting vote. The chair votes against the amendment to keep the bill intact in its original form and as adopted at second reading. So the amendment has been defeated. We will just give a few moments for the minister's staff to come back in and get settled. We are on Clause 15. Shall Clause 15 pass?
Aye. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here today to talk about Clause 15 of Bill 14. And in this section, the Act refers to the Agricultural Land Reserve, it refers to non-farm use, it refers to soil or fill use. I'd like to start by saying that the Agricultural Land Commission, which was brought into legislation in 1973 by the NDP government, and I've always been in favor of the Agricultural Land Reserve. But the Agricultural Land Commission, as part of the Land Reserve, as we all know or should know, is an independent administrative tribunal, which is at arm's length from government, which I've always been told. And I've made attempts over the years here to talk to the Land Commission or talk to the Minister of Agriculture about getting certain things done. And I'm told, you know, MLA from Delta South, you can't do that. You can't be talking to the Land Commission. They're a third-party independent administrative tribunal. So the BC Agricultural Land Commission's primary mandate is to preserve agricultural land and encourage farming within the Agricultural Land Reserve, or the ALR. This includes working with local governments, First Nations, and other government bodies. The ALC also prioritizes protecting and enhancing the size, integrity, and continuity of the ALR and its use for farming. And I don't see that in Clause 15, which we are talking about here this afternoon. Preserving agricultural land, the ALC's core responsibility is to ensure that the valuable agricultural land remains available for farming. The ALC promotes farming activities within the ALR, working with various stakeholders to support farm operations and compatible uses. The ALC collaborates with local governments, First Nations, and other government agencies to integrate the interests of the ALR and agriculture into their planning and decision-making processes. The ALC must prioritize the protection and enhancement of the ALR's size, integrity, and this is from, by the way, Madam Chair, this is from the website of the Agricultural Land Commission. The ALC must prioritize the protection and enhancement of the ALR's size, integrity, and continuity, as well as its use for farm purposes. The ALC actively works to enable and accommodate farm use of land within the ALR, ensuring that agriculture remains a viable and sustainable sector in British Columbia. I want to talk for a minute about the fact that my father, and I'm sorry to drag this out again, but my father, by the same name, was chair of the Agricultural Land Commission in the late 80s, early 90s, under the Socred government. And the number one thing I remember my father bringing home was how freaking mad he was that decisions made by the land commissioners and by the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, which was my father, was orders in council that went over and above decisions made by the Agricultural Land Commission. And I always remember that. And this is what I see here, is everything I've just read about the mandate of the Agricultural Land Commission and the Agricultural Land Reserve. What I'm seeing here is not being dictated properly because of what's in here in Section 2 of Clause 15. A non-farm use or soil or fill use of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve, and B, a subdivision of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve. Subject to the regulations, the regulator may permit, with or without limits or conditions, any of the following for the purposes of facilitating the carrying out of a streamlined project. So suddenly, here we are, and I deal with this week in, week out, year in, year out, of people coming to us and people going to the Agricultural Land Commission asking for soil permits, the use of soil and infill on farmland, and the subdivision of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve. Now, these are things that are asked for by farmers in this province all the time, and typically they're constantly denied. And yet suddenly now, under this clause 15 of this bill, we're seeing that energy projects, renewable energy projects, are going to suddenly get the opportunity to do the things that everybody else cannot do in this province if you're an owner of farmland or you're farming on Crown land in British Columbia. So my first question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister confirm that these fast-track projects can in fact be exempted for regulations that govern the ALR?
Minister?
Well, Honourable Speaker, we've had a discussion over a couple of days where we've had questions from members who want to gut the Environmental Assessment Act or strike themselves as defenders of environmental assessment. And people who, as recently as today, a couple of Conservative members wanted to repeal DRIPA are declaring themselves the defenders of DRIPA. Honourable Speaker, that's a political debate. This is a factual one. I said this in discussion of the amendment, and the members of the opposition say they want one-window regulation of energy projects. They say that, but they just voted against it. They just voted against it. So in 2004, member will know, the authority over the same things, non-farm use, agricultural land, was delegated the Agricultural Land Commission to the BC Energy Regulator, where it's been regulated for oil and gas, which has a lot more impact on the land, for 21 years. And I just want to make this point because That's been in place for 21 years. It was renewed in 10, it was renewed in 14, it was renewed in 17, 4 times under Liberal governments. The member used to be the Liberal Agriculture Credit. That was their decision. Exactly what he's condemning here was put in place at that time. And I didn't hear any of this because the Commission Act is still in place. The provisions of the Act are still in place for the purposes of oil and gas projects. That authority was delegated to the BC Energy Regulator for specifically, Honourable Speaker, for non-farm use of ALR land for oil and gas activities within the place where there is oil and gas activities, which is Peace River Country. And the responsibility amongst the delegation agreement, as is here, is to enforce relevant provisions of the Act and the agreement. That's happened for 20 years, right? For 20 years. And what has the BC Energy Regulator done? Naturally, it has worked hard in that area to do precisely what they're being asked to do in a much more narrow field of endeavor here, which is renewable energy project, to deal with applications for non-farm use in the ALR. And so, for example, in the 3 years starting 21-20, 21-22, ending in 23-24, there were, under those provisions, 60 applications submitted and 35 accepted. Often, applications are turned down as they would be at the Commission. That's their responsibility. And the member represented a party that did that. Exactly what we're doing today. No discussion about, as he says in second reading, effectively guts the ALC mandate. It didn't gut the ALC mandate. And if it had, he would have talked about it, which he didn't. And just to not make any unfair comments in this committee, which I wouldn't do, the member has spoken 250,000 words in the legislature. It's hard to believe. It's been 8 years. Right? Until we debated Bill 14, didn't mention the BC Energy Regulator once. So clearly, because I think he's a very good critic for agriculture, he's one of their 2 critics for agriculture, he's a very good critic for agriculture who I've seen in this time, is very well informed, and has a family experience, a farmer himself. He didn't raise any issues because presumably he didn't see any issues in all of that time for the same regulatory regime that we're talking about for renewable resources. So when you're saying, if you say and if you believe what he said before, it quote, system-wide override mechanism, Honourable Speaker, violation of the spirit of the ALC. Well, it was his party that did it. But I'm not a member of that party, wasn't a member of that party, but I don't think they did that. They delegated the authority and the Act stayed in place, and the BC Energy Regulator, over the years, and they produce annual reports, by the way. They produce annual reports. I'll share one with the Honourable Member every year where they deal with that. So, Honourable Speaker, let me just say that I don't agree with that characterization, and I address these issues at second reading. This is how you create a one-window regulator, and that's what we did for oil and gas, and it's been in place for 20 years, and no issues have been raised by the Honourable Member about that regulation and the annual reports that have been produced by the BC Energy Regulator and their outstanding staff team that does that job. Right? So we're talking about action that it simply extends that to renewable energy projects. But I'll go further about the position of the opposition. Because what the member wants to do, and campaigned on in the last election, was extend one-window regulation over the ALR and everything else to nuclear projects. Okay for nuclear, okay for oil and gas, not okay for renewables. Honourable Speaker. Well, I disagree with the member, as he can tell, right? I disagree with the member. But I just say very clearly, this is the same, absolutely the same direction as has been going on for oil and gas for 20 years. It's how you create one-window regulation. If you have multiple windows, it's not one window, it's multiple window regulation. And the opposition says they favor that, except they just voted against it. So I say to the member, that's why it's in place. There is a record in annual reports of how the BC Energy Regulator deals with these issues. There's a record of decisions. There's a period over time. They have an obligation to enforce the Act. And all this does, just like the delegation agreement in oil and gas, is extend that responsibility for renewable energy projects to the BC Energy Regulator. So it doesn't change the law, doesn't change the Commission, doesn't change the Agricultural Land Reserve. All the provisions are there to be enforced, except by a different regulator, because we're moving to one-window regulation. So if the member is saying that's okay for oil and gas, in his view, because it clearly is, and not okay for renewable energy, that's okay for nuclear energy projects, but not okay for renewable energy, if that's his position, he should say so. But otherwise, he should respect the work that's been done over the years by the BC Energy Regulator.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and obviously the minister has done his homework, but I was not with the BC Liberal Party 20 years ago when the oil and gas regulation was part of the Agricultural Land Commission Act, okay? That was then, this is now. So now we have a new bill, which is totally different from the oil and gas. This is a new bill in front of us today, and in the bill, it says a non-form that without limits or conditions, any of the following for the purpose of a facilitating carrying out of a streamlined project, a non-farm use or soil use on land. We're going to talk about that. Like what are we able to put on land? That a farmer, a landowner in the ALR can't put on, and yet suddenly government wants to be able to put fill material on ALR land? Are you kidding me? A subdivision of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve, which none of us can do. I have people come to me all the time and say, I've got an 80-acre farm. Could I possibly go to the Land Commission and ask to have it 20 acres split off? Or maybe 5 acres so grandpa and grandpa could live on the farm? No way. You're never going to get that done. But suddenly, the NDP government under Bill 14 comes ahead and says, guess what? Under Bill 14, we're saying now we can waltz in. We're no longer arm's length from the Agricultural Land Commission. We can waltz in and do whatever we want. We can subdivide farmland. We can put fill on farmland. Tons of gravel so that we can put up these wind towers or solar panels. That's what I'm saying. That was then, this is now. I don't have a problem with what's going on in the piece, with that, with the oil and gas, but this is something new. This is something new. Renewable energy on farmland. So section 15, clause 2 says that the regulator may permit with or without limits or conditions any of the following for the purposes of facilitating the carrying out of a streamlined project. A non-farm use or soil or fill use of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve, the subdivision of land in the Agricultural Land Reserve. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister confirm that Bill 14 allows for the subdivision of ALR farmland and allows for energy projects to go up on ALR farmland?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And member talks about non-farm use, which is how these hundreds of decisions have been made. I agree that this single window regulation was put in before he was elected to the legislature. But, you know, been annual reports on the BCER's oversight of agricultural land delegated from the Agricultural Land Commission, ordering dealing with the agricultural land reserve for 8 years, and not a word, not a mention. And the significance of that is that the member is a good critic, and he's very assiduous. That tells you how effective the BC Energy Regulator is in the area. It's effective, it's loyal to the law, and it brings in, but it does allow for and does regulate agricultural land in specific ways with respect to oil and gas, just as it will under this provision for renewable energy, and just as it would if the Conservative Party had its way for nuclear reactors, right? Which is their party's proposal, one-window regulation for nuclear energy. Right? That's what their proposal is. One-window regulation for oil and gas, they're clearly in favor of that, but they're not in favor of the BC Energy Regulator having these responsibilities for the agricultural land reserve for renewable energy projects. And that's a difference in view. It seems almost entirely indefensible, but there it is. That's what the position is. I could say in the annual report, happy to share the most recent annual report that I have with the member about the BC Energy Regulator and the work it does, and lists off decisions and numbers of decisions and types of applications on the oil and gas side. I think they do an excellent job, and they have staff qualified to deal with that, as you would expect, given the significance of oil and gas and its footprint on the land and the agricultural land in the region. So I guess the member can explain why it's okay for oil and gas to have one window and what okay for nuclear reactors that they want to have one window, but not renewable resources. You know, the ability, the agricultural land reserve applies, and it's the responsibility of the BC Energy Regulator in these specific and constrained circumstances takes charge of that regulation, as it does for oil and gas today.
A member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So nuclear power, to my knowledge, was not going to go on ALR land. It was going to maybe go somewhere in BC, maybe, but it wasn't going to go on ALR land. This bill, everything's going on ALR land or Crown releasing land for farmers and ranchers. So because we know that the ALC is a third-party tribunal which is arm's length from government. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, how is government suddenly not at arm's length from the ALC and has the ability to ram through Bill 14, Clause 15, and suddenly make changes that none of the other landowners in British Columbia can make?
Minister?
Surely the member knows that the BC Energy Regulator is an independent regulator and makes decisions, and you can see that in the detailed and serious approach it takes to agricultural land with respect to oil and gas, which the member supports. And for him to suggest that oil and gas development doesn't affect agricultural land is absurd, Honourable Speaker. I mean, it's just absurd, but he supports it. He supports it being taken from, the responsibility for non-farm use to be taken from the ALC to the BC Energy Regulator for the purpose of oil and gas. He supports it, supports the single window approach as a member of the Conservative caucus for nuclear reactors, Honourable Speaker. They support it for nuclear reactors, a single window approach. They support it for oil and gas, but they don't support it for renewable energy. That's how they just voted in their vote with the independent member on this section. They voted against the section. They voted against the purpose of the legislation. They voted against single window regulation. They don't support it except for things I guess they like, Honourable Speaker, in particular, like oil and gas and nuclear reactors. So yes, Honourable Speaker, the independent regulator that is the BC Energy Regulator, and if the member has concerns about how they deal with agricultural land, he has not raised them heretofore. Honourable Speaker, will, of course, have this responsibility delegated for specifically for renewable energy projects, not as many members on the opposition side suggested to remove land from the ALR, which it doesn't do, Honourable Speaker, but that responsibility as a life cycle regulator of the resource and of these renewable energy projects.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been to the Peace many times. I go up there every summer, and I inspect all the farms, and I see the massive amount of farmland up in the Peace. I understand, and I've seen it all. But what I'd like to know is, if the minister recalls what we did back in 2018 here, Bill 52 and Bill 15. And Bill 52 was going to solve all the issues of losing farmland in British Columbia. And so was Bill 15. And Bill 15 also said that the only people that could apply for these rules in the Land Commission for soil deployment, non-farm uses, and subdivision of land would be municipalities or regional districts or First Nations. So why is government suddenly able to stormtroop in and be able to do these things that even in Bill 15 said that only municipals, regional districts, or First Nations could make application to the Land Commission for these particular things we're talking about?
Minister?
Well, Honourable Speaker, I'd say to the member, words have meaning, and the term stormtroop has meaning. I think it's disgraceful he uses that. Disgraceful. It is totally out of order to make a reference like that, and he should withdraw that.
I retract.
I'm recognizing the member from Delta South. Minister?
Thank you. I mean, Honourable Speaker, I take it pretty seriously, you know, Honourable Speaker. He can talk about his family, I'll talk about mine. My family's lost people to terrorism on both my side and my wife's side. We understand the impact of violence, as do many members of the legislature, and so I take it seriously. And I know the honourable member is a good person. And I can tell that from his immediate retraction of that. Okay, so, but I just want to say, I know, but words have meaning too, and we've heard a lot of words on this bill, right? We've heard a lot of times the word authoritarian was termed. I consider myself a serious supporter of democratic principles and institutions. We are, Honourable Speaker, on this bill, in the legislature, bringing forward initiatives to put in single window regulation, something the previous government did 20 years ago for oil and gas in agriculture. And the record over those 20 years, and the record over the 7 years that I've recently reviewed, has been good. And we know this because if it hadn't been, I'm sure the member would have raised it, which he didn't in that time. So this is an issue of debate. It's a legitimate issue of debate as to whether we should go to single window regulation for renewable projects. And the opposition can legitimately oppose it. It's no problem. No problem that they can legitimately say, we want multiple ministry regulation of these proposals, or we only want it for oil and gas and nuclear. But, Honourable Speaker, they can't say, I don't think, Honourable Speaker, they can argue that what is an issue about where the Agricultural Land Commission Act is applied and who applies it is a matter of democratic principles. We're making a decision about whether those responsibilities can be delegated for renewable energy projects in this House.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I apologize. It was a Star Wars connotation, frankly, but I retract. The Agricultural Land Commission, and I see this on the budget estimates that I went through with agriculture, is in a state of complete disrepair in this province, as far as I'm concerned. The budget for the Land Commission is sitting at $5 million, and it's basically been sitting there for years right now, with hardly any increase. The Agricultural Land Commission agrees they have 6 compliance officers for the entire province of BC. Agriculture and loss of agriculture and non-farm uses going on AR land that aren't being stopped, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. And here we are now looking at more opportunities for non-farm uses, for soil fuel use, for subdivision of land. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, where do you see the future of the Agricultural Land Commission if things like this keep happening here in the legislature with bills that just come forward that say, we have the power to do this, to create a clause that says we can do what we want on ALR land. My question through, Madam Chair, to the Minister, have you sat down and chatted with the Chair and the Executive Director of the Agricultural Land Commission about Bill 14?
Minister?
Thank you. No, I haven't talked to the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, Honourable Speaker. At least I say with a smile on my face, not recently. And you can look that up in Google. I'd say the member for Surrey White Rock. The oil and gas activity in the province, just to put a sense, 20 years of regulation, 2% footprint of oil and gas on agricultural land. What we're doing here is saying, just as like for oil and gas, that for renewable oil, we want to have a one-window approach, not multiple ministries, but one window. And we announced that we were intending to do this in February, and we brought legislation forward to the House, and it's straightforwardly put there. It's a democratic debate. The Agricultural Land Commission Act applies. It's just in this respect, the regulatory agency is the BC Energy Regulator, which, and I don't want to compare the number of inspectors or anything else, but you'll see, and I'll share the annual report with the member later, Honourable Speaker. But I would say to him that they do thorough and excellent work, as you would expect they would, in applying their responsibilities on the Agricultural Land, the Land Commission Act, Honourable Speaker. Through the agreement, they hold the authority to authorize and administer non-farm use on ALR land for oil and gas activities, and to enforce relevant provisions of the Act and the agreement, which they'll have to do with renewable energy projects, as they'd have to do if the member's party got their way and we were going to this regulation for nuclear energy. But we'd have to do it in that circumstance then. But what we're saying is we've said, I think many times in this House, we have 20 years of experience with this energy regulator dealing with and regulating the Agricultural Land Commission Act, 20 years. And I just say it against the critic, I haven't heard. I had estimates here for years. I haven't heard anyone raise issues around how they are enforcing the Agricultural Land Commission Act in the oil and gas sector. I think they will do an excellent job in doing the same in renewable energy. And that's the change. It's not a fundamental change. The Act applies, its provisions apply, but the regulator the regulator for non-farm use and the other provisions here is the BC Energy Regulator.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. Once again, I'll talk about how what's up north under the oil and gas, that was then, and this is now. What we're looking at now are things happening on Vancouver Island, in the Okanagan, in the Fraser Valley. We don't have oil and gas issues down here. That was up in the Peace. Now we're looking at what can happen on good farmland in the Fraser Valley, Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, the Kootenays, places like that. That's my fear. That's my worry. I'm shocked, Madam Chair, that the Agricultural Land Commission, the Chair, Jennifer Dyson, the Executive Director, Kim Grout, and 14 commissioners that sit on the board of the Agricultural Land Commission to make decisions about non-farm use, about soil permits, about land that's being excluded from the ALR, have not been spoken to by the Minister about this Bill 14. So my next question, Madam Chair, the overriding body that oversees agriculture issues in the province is the BC Agriculture Council. My question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, has the Minister sat down with the BC Agriculture Council to discuss the issues we see in Bill 14?
Minister?
Honourable Speaker, thank you, Honourable Chair. Just to make this point, and no, I haven't talked to the BC Agriculture Council. Of course, in the development of legislation, the ALC and other ministries that are affected in any way by legislation always get consulted, as they would be in this case. What we're doing here is what we've done for many years in another area. Just for the members' edification, I suppose, 1,866 inspections under the provisions of the delegation agreement by the BCER, consistent with the enforcement of the Agricultural Land Commission in 23-24. That's a pretty substantial effort. It certainly doesn't justify saying, Honourable Speaker, as he says in the House, that moving the responsibilities for people who care about the Act to another independent regulator for these purposes guts the Agricultural Land Commission Act. It does not. It's the same provision that's been in place for years. And if he's saying that, well, there should be one rule for the piece and one rule for everyone else, well, I think I think the approach that has been taken with the BC Energy Regulator over time and on agricultural land over 20 years, there's a demonstrated experience in doing this work that makes the BC Energy Regulator well suited to enforce the Act in energy issues on agricultural land, as they've been doing for 20 years without complaint, at least from the honourable member.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm rather shocked that Bill 14 is going to be voted on, I believe, tonight, and Clause 15 in Bill 14 is here before us today with major issues affecting agricultural land in British Columbia, and the minister has not met with anyone from the BC Ag Council or the Agricultural Land Commission. My question through you to the minister, has he actually sat down and met with the Minister of Agriculture about this bill? I mean, the Minister of Agriculture, Madam Chair, through you, is a huge proponent of saving farmland in BC. And you know, I've had many dust-ups about, you know, fill material and people being able to separate off a small lot on their farm for grandma and grandpa to live on and things. But the Minister of Agriculture was here yesterday and actually voted against our amendment to give farmers and ranchers 30 days of consultation before solar panels or wind turbines go on their agricultural land or their crown land. So my question, again, has the minister sat down and gone over and with the Minister of Agriculture before Bill 14 got registered?
Minister?
The member is correct that the Minister of Agriculture is an outstanding advocate for the Agricultural Land Reserve and for agricultural land. I'm very proud to serve with her. This issue, the member may not have raised the issue of the BC Energy Regulator in its relationship with the Agricultural Land Commission, but it's something the minister herself has taken seriously and looked at in her time as minister. So is the Minister of Agriculture on the case? Of course she is. Do I talk to the Minister of Agriculture about this and many other things? And do I learn from the Minister of Agriculture all the time on these questions? You bet I do. And what that says is that we've had a system in place for a long time, and we want to make sure it's working well. That's why we do annual reports, and we have an independent regulator with professional staff doing thousands of inspections every year in the Peace Country on the responsibility for agricultural land. Honourable Speaker, the member can't raise any issues and hasn't raised any issues in all this time here on this question. So I guess what I'd say is, if you want single window regulation, and there's multiple fields, we talk about agricultural land, talk about heritage conservation, which are referred to, and others here in the Act, Honourable Speaker, in Bill 14. If you want to have that, Honourable Speaker, single window regulation, which the opposition purported in the election campaign to support, at least for nuclear energy, in your platform.
Where nuclear?
In your platform. In your platform. Single window regulation, you bet. I'm happy to share it with the member. We may have some votes that'll give us some time. That was the position of the government, single window regulation for nuclear.
The minister
Yeah.
has the floor.
And so that was the policy. And, you know, I don't want to overstate it. I say to the member for Surrey White Rock, I don't want to overstate the detailed understanding going back multiple platforms that people might have of what's in their own platform. But in this case, we're talking about single window regulation of renewable energy the member, the agriculture critic, or one of the agriculture critics, supports, Honourable Speaker, presumably the BC Energy Regulator, and its outstanding work every year in its delegated authority for the Agricultural Land Commission Act for oil and gas. He supports that, wants it for nuclear, doesn't want it for renewable energy. Honourable Speaker, my position is pretty clear. I think this is a good idea. I think the BC Energy Regulator, like the Agricultural Land Commission, is an outstanding regulator. These regulators have worked together on this issue for decades now, at the behest of a BC Liberal government. And it's something that we haven't changed and have supported since then. So I think it's pretty straightforward that if you're going to go for single window regulation, you can't have multiple window regulation. And that's what the member is proposing. And it's okay that he proposes it. It's okay that he disagrees with the bill. But it's incorrect. It's absolutely incorrect with something that we've had 2 decades of experience about, for him to say that it's a major infringement on the Agricultural Land Commission.
Member from Delta South.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So why have the clause? My colleague just mentioned. You know, it's interesting, Minister, that prior to 2017, we actually had 2 zones in BC. I don't know if you remember that. There was the zone 1 was the
Through the
northern
chair,
zone.
member.
Through the chair. Zone 1 was for the Fraser Valley, Vancouver Island, the Okanagan. Zone 2 was for up in the Peace Region that gave them the opportunities for such as oil and gas. But I'll move on from there. Madam Chair, I want to look at how this could affect. We all picture these wind turbines up in the Caribou, the Chilcotin, you know, Logan Lake, places like that, Merritt. But we got to think for a minute about the Fraser Valley, our prime farmland in the Fraser Valley. And Madam Chair, I'll tell you a quick story. Believe it or not, I have photographs right next to our farm in 1928. There was a company called Boundary Bay Oil and Gas Company that put up a huge derrick, and they drilled for oil right on prime farmland in Delta. So my question through you to the minister, would this, if someone comes along and decides that there's oil or gas to be found in the Fraser Valley on prime farmland, would they be allowed to go ahead? Would this be a streamlined project to separate off a piece of farmland, say on the Peyton farm, and say, go ahead, drill for oil or gas?
Members, we will have a recess. Division's been called. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 15, or 14, my apologies. Back to order. We are on Clause 15. I will go to the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I got asked a hypothetical question. I love hypothetical questions. I think by the member. And so in his proposition, what would be required would be to, of course, first acquire the subsurface rights, which would be a statutory decision in that case. And then they need an ERAA permit involving, of course, consultation with impacted parties. And then the ALC would adjudicate in that case on non-farm use because it's in a different territory than the Oil and Gas Commission. The reason we, of course, don't apply the Oil and Gas Commission or now the BCR to that territory is there isn't such resources there.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while we're on the subject of subdivision of ALR land for renewable energy projects, so let's not think about the north. Let's think about the Fraser Valley or Vancouver Island. So if through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister could explain to me how government, if a developer comes along and says, you know, there's a 100-acre farm in Abbotsford, it's a perfect wind coming, we'd like to put 7 or 8 wind towers on that farm. So explain to me how that works. Government would come in and through the Land Commission make application for non-farm use and have that property subdivided. Would it be expropriated from the farmer, or would the farmer be paid out for that piece of land that the development company wants to put the wind turbines on?
Minister.
Expropriation would be measured by BC Hydro. It would be a last resort, as one could imagine. And remind the member, of course, that when Site C, which was discussed earlier, allowance taken out of the ALR, that was by OIC Cabinet in that case in 2015. But in the case of BC Hydro, occasionally, at least has the power to go to expropriation in building its projects, Honourable Speaker, but in the case of these projects, it would require either the ownership of the land or a consent of the landowner.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you to the Minister, a lot of us think of wind turbines on just poor land up north or wherever, or we think of solar panels. We picture them down in the desert in Nevada, you know, huge plots of land that is really of no use to anything, so they put solar panels there. But it doesn't say that in this bill, that basically they can go anywhere in the province on ALR land. So again, I'll ask, you know, examples of using good ALR land in the Fraser Valley or in the Okanagan or on Vancouver Island for wind turbines in the Fraser Valley or solar panels. So again, if a farmer in Chilliwack or Abbotsford wanted, or if a company wanted to put solar panels on that farm, would the government make application to the Agricultural Land Commission for a non-farm use for those solar panels or wind turbines, or would it just be an automatic?
Minister.
Well, as the member knows, and the member knows because we've worked on some of these issues together and talked about some of these issues together. Some of the most imaginative things happening in energy happen on farmland, and will continue to. And there's a lot of reason for optimism for that. That's not what we're talking about here, but just to make that note that, and he knows that, and he knows that from his constituency. But that said, it's the proponent that makes the application. Honourable Chair, as the member I think would understand. The proponent makes the application, and the decision-making, of course, would require consideration of relevant information, as it does in the application of any act, such as relevant provincial policy, the impact of the farmland, or if the non-farm use is compatible with the agricultural land in the long term, and of course, consultation.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. So what I gather from that answer, Madam Chair, is a proponent that would come forward to say, we'd like to put a wind farm on a farm in Chilliwack or solar panels in an orchard in the Okanagan. They would make an application to the ALC for that non-farm use or for that separation of farmland off of the main farm for the renewable energy project. So it would still actually have to go through the Agricultural Land Commission for a decision.
Minister.
So under this act, that application will be made to the BC Energy Regulator, responsible in this area for the application of the Agricultural Land Commission Act. And they could only make the application after they get their permit.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially, like I said earlier, I think I feel very sorry for Kim Grout and Jennifer Dyson and all the commissioners at the Land Commission, the incredibly poor funding that the Land Commission gets every year in this budget. So unfortunately, I think what I'm hearing is the Agricultural Land Commission will not have any say in these applications for non-farm uses.
Minister.
Well, the regulator applies the act, and the regulator can cost recover, Honourable Speaker, to make sure the province's taxpayers are not on the hook for that. One of the strengths of this model of regulation, of course, is that the regulated, meaning, for example, the renewable energy companies in this case, or in the case of oil and gas, the oil and gas companies, are paying for the regulation. It's self-supporting in that sense, and it's life cycle regulation. And so I guess I disagree with the member's characterization. The BC Energy Regulator has been doing this work with this act for 20 years. They are very serious about their application of the act. There may be criticism that's been brought forward, but in the time that I've been responsible for this act, I have not heard that criticism. We have looked at these questions and making sure there's a good relationship with the ALC and the BCER, and that's something my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, has worked on in her time in that ministry as well. They've done an effective job. And so when application is made and permits provided, those decisions are made consistent with the application of the Agricultural Land Commission Act, as the BC Energy Regulator has been doing for 20 years for oil and gas.
Member from Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the things that the Agricultural Land Commission and Bill 52 and Bill 15 that were fought so hard by your NDP government back in 2018, got passed. Minister of Agriculture was so happy because we are going to save farmland in BC. There's going to be no more splitting up of our farms in British Columbia. There's going to be no more soil deposit with illegal dumping. We're going to save, and I read here, the ALC prioritizes protecting and enhancing the size and integrity and continuity of the ALR. In other words, and this goes all the way back to the days of the SOCREDs, 1973. It's to keep big farms intact. We don't want to split them up with small little packages. So what I see here is the proponent can come in to a 100-acre farm in the Fraser Valley or Vancouver Island or whatever and say, I want to split off 20 acres from your 100-acre farm, and suddenly that's going to be okay? That's completely against Bill 52 that was passed here in 2018. So you're suggesting, Minister, that this can happen. I'm not sure why you're shaking your head, because it's right here in black and white with Bill 14, non-farm uses that suddenly farms are going to get split up. If you want to put wind turbines on a farm in the Fraser Valley, you're going to be allowed to do that. Could you comment on that?
Minister?
So the member's talking about the subdivision provision, which brought in I know the members focused on wind farms, but the North Coast transmission line and the other transmission lines are also in the scope of the legislation. The subdivision is part of, will naturally happen, the building out of transmission lines, and they're registering on non-farm lines. In general, on farm lines, it's a non-farm use, obviously. But in the building of the North Coast transmission line, 90% of which is on a current right-of-way, but some of which goes off that right-of-way, and inevitably, given the strength of the agricultural land reserve in BC and the land everywhere, we go through agricultural land. So principally the subdivision isn't from what he's thinking, but it's for BC Hydro in the construction of transmission lines, and that would be a natural process, and this has occurred on agricultural land for generations, of course. The member will know that we need to get electricity around the province, and so those provisions are in place for that reason. In general, those are, that's not the line itself, but the substations and the permanent installations associated with the land, which might well be conceivably on agricultural land as you build out a long a linear project such as that. So that's what the member's talking about. Really what we're talking about in terms overall is this is life cycle regulation similar to oil and gas in the sense that there's a responsibility at the end of the life cycle of the project. If the project goes away, to restore the project. That's an obligation. And because of the way we do the regulation at the BCER, which means it's self-supporting, supported by fees against the renewable resource companies, or in the case of oil and gas, and the oil and gas companies. And we've kept them separated so that you pay, effectively you're paying for your own regulation. I was thinking that there is a fund in each case, and we'll come to it later in the bill, should we get there, in the debate, that allows for restoration, has a fund for restoration of the land, which is a responsibility, of course, of the renewable energy project.
Recognizing the member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, does this clause really empower the staff of the energy regulator who are not trained to evaluate soil classifications or assess long-term food security impacts to approve non-farm use or soil or fill use on agricultural land?
Recognizing the Minister.
Well, the team of professional agrologists at the BCER would beg to differ. They've been working in these areas, of course, for a couple of decades. And there's an outstanding team. I've talked to you about the inspections in the thousands that they produce every year. We've got a lot of experience in this area. And again, one doesn't have to diminish that expertise to suggest that we're not in favor of one window regulation here. That's fair enough if that's the member's position. But I think the BCER, which has been addressing the Agricultural Land Commission Act, as I've noted, for 20 years, and has a team of people to do that, and produces annual reports detailing its role, and has professionals in the area, including agrologists, Honourable Speaker, it is well suited to this work and has been for a long time.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries to Milkameen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several times over the last couple of days, we've heard about how the energy regulator has been doing this work for a long time, and I appreciate that they have. Is there the ability to table their actual policy for how they are going to handle agricultural land reserve under the BCER? I went on their website. I could find things for gas and oil, for hydrogen, for LNG, but I could not find anything for renewable energy. So if the actual policy for how they manage it within the ER would be appreciated.
Recognizing the Minister.
Yeah, the current policy is evidence-based. It's in the delegation agreement with the regulator. I'll share with members of the opposition if they wish. There's perhaps I can share with the agriculture critic if he wishes, because I have some of the documents here. I'll make copies for the session so that you have it. But there's a delegation agreement annual report, so the 23-24 version. There's a delegation agreement. It's evidence-based, and obviously, having done the work for 20 years, the staff is well suited to that work. So happy to share that information, which will be mirrored, of course, as this new legislation comes into force.
Recognizing the member.
If this passes, will that be added to the website for the public to be able to understand how this process is going to work and how those farmers will be consulted?
Recognizing the minister.
So thank you, Honourable Chair. Good to see you. The current delegation agreement is posted to both the Agricultural Land Commission website and the BC Energy Regulator website. So it's there now, and obviously updates to that will be posted as well.
Recognizing the member.
Well, I appreciate that it's probably buried somewhere in the website. When you go to the BCER, you can, how we do these things, and you can find how you do LNG, how you do hydrogen, how you do oil and gas. And when you go to that, you can, if you're a landowner, what you need to know and what the process. The question is, will that also be added for, once this passes, will that be added for renewable energy?
Recognizing the minister.
Those agreements are on, the current agreements are on the website now, and new agreements will be added to it, absolutely. And sorry the member had difficulty finding it, it's no problem. I printed out some copies, so I can print out some more.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also good to see you. Recently updated May the 5th on the ministry or the government website, Government of BC website, is the Indigenous Food Security and Food Sovereignty Program. So just really simple question here from the minister. This provides a framework for supporting local initiatives around the province for, as it states, food security and food sovereignty for Indigenous people in British Columbia. Are any of these projects currently taking place within the food security and food sovereignty program on ALR land?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and it's excellent, and the member for Del South will know that when your Deputy Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions was also the former Deputy Minister of Agriculture, so it helps a little bit in answering these detailed questions. So I didn't want to get up and say, oh, he knew about that program in detail. I got a little bit of good counsel and advice. It's an excellent program, a granting program, obviously, that builds food security in communities. For example, sometimes in some communities that might be the construction of greenhouses, and others that build food security. So it's an excellent program. These projects, as the member will know, are of course majority. The wind projects are majority First Nations owned, and they take place around the province. We've gone through the list of nations, so we don't need to do that. But this program is an excellent program. It provides grants, and through the New Relationship Trust, obviously funded by the government, but through the New Relationship Trust, I'm very supportive of the program. I know the Minister of Agriculture is, and I'm glad to hear the member is as well.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the minister. And I do appreciate that the Deputy Minister does have some background in this field, so I hope I can continue with a couple of lines of questions here around this. And unless I missed something, I wasn't quite clear on the answer as far as cross-referencing with the First Nations agricultural needs assessment that was done, which supports the food security and food sovereignty program. Currently, right now, are there any of these projects being supported throughout British Columbia, which are on ALR land?
Minister.
Well, now we don't want to get too far, for two reasons. One, the Minister of Agriculture is way better answering questions on agriculture. I think we have consensus on that. And secondly, of course, it's not agriculture estimates. But as I understand the program and the efforts obviously can take place on private land, on potentially ALR land that a First Nation might own or control, or on First Nations land in the province. So all of those could be the case. It's an excellent program that supports food security, food sovereignty for First Nations, and has a lot of support in the First Nations community, as the member will well know, renewable energy projects, which of course all the wind projects are 51% First Nations owned, with the exception of one, which is 49%.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And no, I understand this is directly related to the clause that we're on in Bill 14, but there's no denying that this is directly related to agriculture in many ways, as it's looking at exemptions on ALR land. So I hope the minister has been able to cross-reference either with the Minister of Agriculture or with his team about some of these potential impacts that this will have. And you won't find any argument for me, absolutely, about food security and food sovereignty for all British Columbians, especially Indigenous British Columbians, no question about it. But now that we've identified that, yes, there are some of these projects which are on private land, which is within the ALR, just really simply, like, how will these exemptions impact the food sovereignty efforts that are currently taking place on ALR land?
Minister.
The member will clearly understand we don't anticipate that they would in any way. The section, as the member will know, is central to one window regulation. It, as the succeeding sections do, moves responsibility with respect to renewable energy projects for these provisions of the Agricultural Land Commission's responsibility to another independent regulator, the BC Energy Regulator, which has 20 years of experience in addressing issues on agricultural land. Last year conducted thousands of inspections related to its responsibilities around agricultural land and oil and gas, which is obviously a significant issue in communities, especially obviously in the Peace. So this is an extraordinary regulator that does the work on agricultural land, has been a long time on delegation agreements from the Agricultural Land Commission, and now will continue to do that work, not just with respect to oil and gas projects, which have their own impact on agricultural land, of course. And if you look at the record over time, and the BC Energy Regulator and its predecessor, the Oil and Gas Commission, has been responsible for this. About 2% of agricultural land in BC is taken up by oil and gas. Basically, should I say not in BC, but in the affected area, in the Peace area, by oil and gas. And obviously, these impacts in the province will be limited as well. Not to say they're not important, and that's why we have a regulation process to ensure that the Agricultural Land Commission Act is enforced.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Indigenous Food Security and Food Sovereignty Program expands, and the minister has stated that there'll be, I believe, a second call to power coming, and as this program of green power expands, what safeguards and guardrails are in place to protect Indigenous communities that are pursuing this food sovereignty program when they have, whether it's a greenhouse facility, an open field growing various goods, what safeguards are in place when they are on ALR land?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I'm just getting used to this, you know. But that's good. It almost feels like there's a third party. I think, Honourable Speaker, again, the member referred to consultation, the role of First Nations, and calls for power, and I went through this on Monday and Tuesday, but there was extensive consultation with First Nations, and the development, the criteria of the call for power will be reflected in the second call for power, which has been announced and will be delivered shortly. And so we've seen those issues consult on. That consultation will continue in the regulations, and we've had some debate about that in the last couple of days as well. On a particular permit, this would be an issue, for example, if it was First Nation or others that bring forward, and would be addressed in that permitting process, and could include, for example, conditions placed on the permit, as is the case in oil and gas, which has been dealing, the BC Energy Regulator has been dealing with the Agricultural Land Commission Act now for 20 years, and they're experienced in dealing with it. Their agrologists are experienced in dealing with this, and they have obviously a regular and really profound consultation process with First Nations, not on an occasional basis, but on a daily basis.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. So I'm picturing in my mind, farmers and ranchers, either in the Fraser Valley or up north in the Chilcotin or the Peace Country. So suddenly somebody wants a piece of their land for a wind tower project or for solar panels or for hydro lines. But the rancher has a lease. It's a tenure that he has on maybe 1,000 acres to graze his cattle. But suddenly the proponent wants to put up 9 wind towers. So I guess I could lump two things in here. What would be the compensation for a rancher that he feels like, his operation has been compromised by these wind towers? And is he provided any sort of legal recourse if he's unhappy with how things have been done on his farm? Perhaps ruin the land with trucks coming in to build these projects?
Minister.
I think I understood the member's question. Obviously, if the rancher owned the land, it wouldn't apply because he just owned the land and it wouldn't happen. But if he's a tenure holder on grazing land, which I understood it to be his question, I think I understood correctly to be his question. As a tenure holder, of course, he would have a right to notification and to intervene in that process. There could potentially be conditions put forward by the regulator and to raise exactly those issues in the process. So just as is the case now with respect to, say, oil and gas now, in similar circumstances, you can make that argument. And there are other complications with oil and gas to do with subsurface rights, with to stay on top of the earth for the moment, that they would raise that question in that process. The difference, as you know, in the Agricultural Land Commission Act, the only difference is the lack of a right of appeal here. That's in the founding legislation. That's in the Agricultural Land Commission Act legislation that is being obviously enforced in this case by the BC Energy Regulator.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. So when we think of subdivision of farmland, non-farm uses, in a way, it's sort of like a rezoning, I'm thinking, within a regional district or a municipality. So if a project took place in the Fraser Valley with renewable energy project, the land that was used on a ALR farm, which is obviously assessed as farm use, what would the new piece that the renewable energy project sits on, what would be the assessment of that, and what sort of new zoning would that take?
Minister.
So I think we're talking here again about transmission lines in this case, in terms of the subdivision, not in terms of wind farm. You wouldn't subdivide. In the case of the wind farm, the responsibility, you'd get a non-farm use authorization for a permanent installation, which does occur on transmission lines, and they are required for that, but there'd be no impact to municipal zoning.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, have farmers or ranchers been provided with legal recourse if they believe a project harms their land access?
Minister.
There's a consent provision if it's their land, if it's private land, right? So that's fairly straightforward. Who wins? Who wins?
The chair will choose. Okay, go. No, you weren't standing up.
No.
Okay.
Member, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
So I'm not sure that that's entirely correct. Could you please clarify that for farmers and ranchers and their access?
Minister.
And so I'd say, remember, we answered the question as we heard the question. I mean, and the answer was that if it's, you can't build a wind farm on someone else's land, essentially, right? So it wouldn't apply in that case. Of course, it would require consent, because then you require consent to the landholder, then the landholder would be providing consent.
Member for Boundaries, Milkameen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification on that, they may not own the actual access to the land. So they may own the land, they may own the farm, but the access to it may be a Forest Service road, it may be a right-of-way, it may be a bunch of things. If their access road to their land is impacted and they're unable to access their land, do they have any legal recourse?
Minister.
Well, I don't think you'd put a wind farm on a private road that would block access. I mean, if you did have turbines, you put them on, either side of the road, maybe. So I don't think that would apply. But if there was a concern about that, that would obviously be raised in the permitting process.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, you spoke of, I think, 9 projects that you mentioned yesterday for wind power. that are up in Logan Lake, different areas. My question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, have each of the local bands, for instance, the Upper Nicola Band, have they all been consulted about these projects that are coming forward?
Minister.
Well, by definition, they're making the application. So what they did, what these projects were, there was a consultation in 2023 around a call for power. That consultation was extensive with First Nations, and an advisory committee that was led by First Nations was part of that process. The call for power came forward in 2024. About, I believe, 22 projects. One of the conditions of the call for power was a minimum 25% First Nations ownership. The ultimate, and you were assessed based on the price of power and all these other questions. And I believe 22 projects applied. Not all of those were wind, obviously. 9 wind projects were successful based on the criteria. It was a process overseen by a Fairness Commissioner of BC Hydro, so it was independently overseen. And the results were, of the successful projects, 9 were wind projects, and 1 was a solar project. The members asking if the First Nations were consulted. Well, they're their projects. They own the projects. They made the applications. And so by definition, they're consulted.
Member.
Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. So I think we can all picture, we've all flown over wind farms on the side of mountains, solar panels down on the desert, different things like that. So when Clause 15 is saying that without having to go through the Land Commission or the ALC, a subdivision of land is going to be enacted, and non-farm use or fill use. So, Madam Chair, when we put up these huge solar panels and wind turbines, there's going to be massive fill material come in, like rock, gravel, all those things that will be covering up farmland. I mean, it has to. That's how you build things. You just don't build it on the soil. And then these massive turbines are going to come in with these massive propellers. And so my question through you, Madam Chair, is when these projects are finished or they fail, who will clean up the what's there and take away the fill material that got brought in and the concrete to build these projects?
Minister.
Well, as you'd expect, the proponent would have to retain the topsoil, first of all. And also, this is life cycle regulation. And that's the advantage of the BC Energy Regulator in this area for the projects in the overall, which is that, and we'll be talking about this later in the legislation, in the bill, but there is an obligation on the proponent to remediate and restore the land, right? There's an obligation in the law, as there is for oil and gas projects, and this is obviously a significant issue in the Peace and for farmers in the Peace. The member goes there regularly, he will know this, right? And so there's that obligation. But because of, we also have a regulator who is supported, and we've debated this in previous sections and in future sections, by the regulated. In other words, the oil and gas industry pays for the oil and gas regulation, the renewable energies will pay for the renewable energy regulation. Because of that, there will be, as there is in oil and gas, a fund created, and there's reference to that later in the Act, to ensure if a company would fail under those circumstances, there's a fund able to address that, as there is now with oil and gas, and the similar provisions that have been in place. I think I might have mentioned to the member for 20 years under the Energy Regulator.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. We're possibly coming close to the end, but a question through you to the Minister. Could you tell the room what the environmental lifespan is of a wind tower project with the massive propellers, the massive oil lubricant inside? What's the lifespan?
Minister.
Well, this isn't the life, obviously, when you're, have an energy project process like that, you'll have regular repair of the project. The member would know that. These are pretty serious wind companies, and they're wind projects around the world, so there'd be that. I don't know if the members are saying what the lifespan is of the project. What I can tell them specifically is the electricity purchase agreements that are with the successful proponents in this round are for 30 years.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Appreciate it, Madam Chair, very much. Thank you. Just a clarification with something the minister mentioned, the Lower Nicola being a partner in one of these projects, but as we know, there are several nations in that region. Have they also all provided consent to this project moving forward?
Minister.
Of course, those nations would be consulted through the permitting process, as one would expect. The proponents of the projects are individual First Nations, as you'd expect, unless it's possible, and one could imagine circumstances where multiple First Nations come together on a particular project. That could happen. That hasn't happened in these 10 cases. The proponents are single First Nations who are partnered and own 51% of these projects.
Member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you. So will the ALR land used for renewable projects be taxed at a higher industrial rate or protected under agricultural assessment schemes?
Minister.
Thank you. The farm tax credit, as the member knows, and I fear I'm entering into an area where other members know more than me, but the farm tax credit, to get that, you have to be farming. And so if you're not farming that particular part of the property, you wouldn't get the farm tax credit.
Member.
Thank you. So in Chilliwack, a lot of the farmers, my constituents, are becoming increasingly alarmed at the rate of ALR land coming out and being built on. What assurances do they have that more land will not be removed and they'll see turbines going up on ALR, rich, fertile ALR land?
Minister.
Well, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chair, it's, first of all, we've gone through a round. We have wind and solar projects, the equivalent of Site C. They're in 10 locations around the province, big province. With respect to land in the members' riding or any other riding, this is not the removal of land for the ALR. This section shifts responsibility when it comes to the non-farm use of renewable energy projects to the BC Energy Regulator. So the Act still applies. The Energy Regulator can't, on this basis, remove land from the LR. Right? So it's non-farm use. And in addition to that, the BC Energy Regulator has been addressing these issues in oil and gas for 20 years. They have teams of agrologists and others on staff, and they do a really good job. The delegation agreement that put this in place was put in place in 2004, not under this government, but under previous government. But it sort of followed on the idea of one window regulation, where you don't have multiple regulators for the same project. You have one regulator applying all of the laws. And the BC Energy Regulator, in its regular reports does a really excellent job of this. I just refer the member to the thousands of inspections. For the ALR portion of the responsibility of the BC Energy Regulator within its oil and gas sphere, it's now going to be expanded to renewable energy. So what I'm arguing to the member is, if you believe in one-window regulation, the idea of energy projects moving as a class to the BC Energy Regulator, as her party does in other areas, won't get into that again, but then this is a reasonable thing to do. And you have to acknowledge, and we have acknowledged, the excellent work by the BC Energy Regulator in this area.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. I guess my concern with this response is the ALR process has gone very quickly in a lot of these circumstances, quicker than normal circumstances when it goes through the entire process for ALR with the farmers and the lands. But my concern is the statement here that in section 2 that says with or without limits or conditions. So that's the piece that has me curious, or concerned, I should say. Thank you.
What that means,
Minister?
Excuse me, sorry. Thank you, Honourable Chair. What that means, Honourable Chair, is that the regulator can permit with or without conditions. Right? So it might be possible you envision a permitting without conditions, but in a process there may be conditions on that regulation. That's what that means. It doesn't mean what the member was suggesting it meant.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple more questions, and then we'll likely move on. Through you to the Minister, can the Minister provide comparative examples of similar deregulation in other provinces or other countries?
Minister.
Well, Honourable Speaker, as the member knows, this is not a deregulation. It's a transfer of authority for an existing law and regulation.
Member for Delta
Thank you,
South.
Madam Chair. I just want to close out on clause 15. I just want to have it go on the record as the critic for agriculture for my party that I am flabbergasted that Bill 14 and clause 15 is going to be voted on this evening without even having met, and the Minister has admitted, have not even met with the BC Agriculture Council, which represents 32 different farm products in the province, or the actual commissioners, the executive director, and the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm surprised that when we have a process that's based on the existing regulation of oil and gas, to hear the member, well, the member, what we have is the idea of one-window regulation for oil and gas, which was put in place by the previous government, has been successful. We have a regulator, the BC Energy Regulator, that has a wealth of experience, and we can point to that wealth of experience. And there are lots of issues. We have, I think, an outstanding agricultural community, and there are lots of issues in agriculture, and the member has cited some of them, and he's a passionate advocate, and I would acknowledge that every day, his family's history and all he brings to that. But in this area, the BC Energy Regulator does an excellent job of taking care of its responsibilities for oil and gas, and it will in this area for renewable energy resources. And this idea that the BC Energy Regulator be a one-window regulation is something that his previous party supports and his current party supports in other areas. So what this does is maintain the legislation, maintain the regulation. It's a transfer of authority to the BC Energy Regulator, as we did with oil and gas. And of course, we work through these processes anytime any law gets touched on. The consultation and the work together and putting a law together is effective. This will be true in the next section we talk about with respect to heritage conservation, just as it is with this one. So I have great confidence in the BC Energy Regulator to address this area, a confidence built on their decades of experience. And so this is a transfer of authority of an existing act. And it is not what the members said in the House. It's just not. You can disagree with it, but not on the basis that it's a gutting of the Agricultural Land Commission and its responsibilities. And so that's the disagreement. But about 22 members got up on the opposition side and made assertions that were not correct. And I don't think that contributes to the debate either. We can have a legitimate debate about legitimate points of disagreement, but suggesting this is a gutting of the Agricultural Land Reserve is simply wrong.
Member for Delta South.
This will be my last statement. It is absolutely gutting of the Agricultural Land Reserve and the Agricultural Land Commission with Bill 14. If the chair of the Land Commission and the executive director and all the commissioners and staff at the Agricultural Land Commission were watching this today on television, they'd be slumped back in their seats going, what the heck, what has come over our Agricultural Land Commission? Like, my final question to you, to the minister, what is the future of our Agricultural Land Commission in British Columbia after this bill, if it passes this evening?
Minister.
Well, its future is strong. This is a government that is committed to the Agricultural Land Reserve. And this model has been,
Members, I've recognized the minister.
what is a mockery is the member when the Agricultural Land Reserve, and the Agricultural Land Commission Act has been for 20 years regulated with respect to oil and gas by the BC Energy Regulator. When in all of his years as critic, his 250,000 words in this House, has not raised one issue about the BC Energy Regulator until his second reading speech on Bill 14. Not a single time. Not in estimates, not anywhere else, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are committed to the Agricultural Land Reserve. And what this does, it's one window regulation, as it has been for oil and gas. They want this for oil and gas. They want this for nuclear energy, Honourable Speaker. No, it's just your platform. It's just the platform, the members' platform. It may not be in the platform next time. We'll see. The advocacy for nuclear energy hasn't gone well in election campaigns recently.
Not on the ALR.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the oil and gas on the ALR, we're talking about thousands of investments, thousands of inspections by the BC Energy Regulator, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that our Agricultural Land Commission Act is upheld. And the members support that for oil and gas, but they're opposed to renewable energy. They're opposed to clean energy, so they don't want the same form of regulation to be in this place. But this is a form of regulation, given the size of the oil and gas industry and the size of the renewable energy ministry, I'd suggest, Honourable Speaker. One is way bigger than the other at the moment, anyway. And we are hopeful that that will change to a degree. Honourable Speaker, this is what we've been doing for 20 years. The member has never objected to it before, and for political reasons he's objecting to it now. But we over here support the Agricultural Land Reserve.
Seeing no further questions, shall Clause 15 pass?
Aye.
The clause is carried. Okay, division has been called. Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is Clause 15. Shall Clause 15 pass? Those in favor, please rise or otherwise indicate. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. Please be seated. Clerk?
Those voting, thanks. Those voting aye, Dix, Parmar, Malcolmson, Sandu, Whiteside, Rutledge, 6. Those voting nay, Maas, McCall, L. Neufeld, Payton, Wilson, Valeriot, 6.
Members, there being an equal number of votes for and against, the chair must make a casting vote. The chair votes in favor of Clause 15 to keep the bill intact in its original form and as adopted at second reading. Okay. Shall Clause 16 pass? Aye. Recognizing the member for.
Sorry, I wasn't ready because I thought we would be waiting.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries to Milkameen.
Thank you. Thank you for the latitude there. Under Clause 16, I'm going to make some assumptions that a lot of the things that we talked about in Clause 15 are also going to apply in Clause 16. Just to confirm that, though, the energy regulator will still have the Heritage Act within what they need to meet. And how will we be delegating decisions and how will that be recorded?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. This section on the Heritage Conservation Act has some parallels to the previous section because I would say about, in this case, 24 inaccurate statements were made by different MLAs about this provision. It's different, though, than the previous section and some of the ones following it, in that responsibility for the Heritage Conservation Act is already in the Energy Resource Activities Act, which was passed in 2008. What this delegation allows the Minister of Forests, who's the minister, to do is delegate for level 1 projects during the transition period. So these are powers that the BC Energy Regulator already has, in spite of the comments. And to say that one comment from the member from Richard Bridgeport, who suggested that this section on a power that the Energy Regulator already has and an act that they already apply, and suggested that it would be used to bulldoze Indigenous or even Chinese pioneer burial grounds, which is just completely false and not what the legislation is. I'm happy to report what it is, and just to say to the member that the role in archaeology in the Heritage Conservation Act of the BC Energy Regulator, formerly the Oil and Gas Commission, has been in place since that act was passed introduced and passed in 2008. I think I may be wrong. It was a member from the Peace, who's the minister who brought it forward. In any event, and I can go through in detail, as I did with the Agricultural Land Commission Act, the decisions and the work done with respect to the Heritage Conservation Act going back many years in this case as well. So the delegation here is the Minister of Forests to the BC Energy Regulator during this transition period for what are called Level 1 projects, which we dealt with earlier, with the authority for the Heritage Conservation Act exists with the regulator already.
Member?
Sorry, I have a hard time hearing. We've added this into the act because we're looking to streamline, and you're looking to create one window for these. Is there a reason that if we can include these for the renewable energy, why can't we include it for all applicants that are coming in with projects that perhaps are pipelines or mines or mills? Why does renewable energy need this specific request?
Minister?
Well, all oil and gas activities are already regulated by the BC Energy Regulator, who applies the Heritage Conservation Act. So that's exactly the case now.
Member?
I had expanded that into include mines and other land-based activities.
Minister?
Well, the member might suggest that, but the BC Energy Regulator currently, by enactments in 1998 and then in 2008 and then in 2022 for hydrogen, so that's when that was added in, is responsible for energy and now is responsible for renewable resources. And so it's an energy regulator. We feel it has strengthened that area. And the depth of their, and you'll see it in the annual reports they do when their work in archaeology, the depth of their knowledge and ability to deal with the section of the Act is already in place. So what we're dealing with is just ensuring that they also have authority during the transition period, because it's an important area. But the BC Energy Regulator has authority for heritage conservation under the Act, already the Act that's been in place now for 17 years. Which is, I just say, interesting, given the comments made about the Heritage Conservation Act at second reading, which seem to misunderstand that.
Member?
Appreciate the minister's tone there. Yeah, I feel like we're creating this for this small group of projects. We're fast tracking them, we're getting them through, but there's a whole class of renewable energy projects that aren't going through this process. So what does these changes within this bill provide to these projects that other projects aren't going to benefit from?
Minister?
Well, Honourable Speaker, we, in Section 1, and I don't want to relive that particularly scintillating debate, but in Section 1, we define renewable energy projects under the Act to deal with really all forms of renewable energy. So the member is simply wrong. We also added a section which allowed us to add in the future a renewable energy resource that we're not aware of now, so we have the capacity to add on to that, and there was some disagreement with that in the committee. But in any event, why is it this small class? It isn't. The Act deals with renewable energy projects, and the application, the role of the energy regulator in ensuring the proper enforcement and application of the Heritage Conservation Act, which has been in place now in legislation for 17 years, will continue with obviously the regulation of renewable energy added to that.
Member?
For the record then, there would be no instances of any archaeology review that would be skipped for these projects. There would be no cultural trees that would be removed or anything, any land disturbance to archaeology sites. It would still all be covered under the BCER, or would these projects possibly have the ability to get past that?
Minister?
Well, any issue with archaeology is administered according to the Act and would be administered by the regulator. So we have an Heritage Conservation Act which has this purpose. The regulator across forestry and other areas is the Ministry of Forests. In energy, this has been delegated to the BC Energy Regulator for 17 years. Just a cite, and I'd be happy and be sharing documents with my colleagues later. The archaeology audit report for 2023 by the BC Energy Regulator. So if you have a project, say, just for example, the member for Peace River South will know the ARC Arcady project, which has been going through the BC Energy Regulator for permitting and approval. And there are, as you would expect, archaeological issues related to that project, and those have been dealt with and are being dealt with by the expert staff of the BC Energy Regulator and the archaeologists that are on staff, as has been the case for the last 17 years.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I already know the answers to these questions, but given the fact that there has been, as the Minister may have described them, as some misinformation, I think it's apt that we do put into the record. So I'm going to ask the questions and allow him to correct the record. So my first question, through the Chair, is why should the regulator, not the Minister of Culture or Indigenous Relations, manage protected heritage sites?
Minister.
Well, the member's asking a different question. Those sites are administered now by the Minister of Forests under the Heritage Conservation Act.
Member.
Thank you, through the Chair, to the Minister for that clarification. The next one that I think would be worth, again, reading into the record is what capacity or training does the regulator, the BCER, currently have to assess archaeological significance?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, the member, for the question. The professional archaeologists on staff, to begin with, just to go through the history of the BCR's archaeology, going to have trouble with that word, I suspect, audit program, which was introduced in 2008, so 17 years ago. The BCER introduced the archaeology audit program in 2008 to assess energy resource permit holders' ability to manage archaeology resources. The AAP was created as a necessary component of the performance-based and professional reliance review process for archaeology. It is the permit holder's responsibility to ensure all legal and regulatory obligations are met. BCER applicants are expected to engage archaeology professionals to evaluate archaeology conflicts within proposed development areas. It is the expectation of the BCER that under such a process, permit holders take responsibility and are accountable for the protection and management of heritage resources. Permit holders must ensure planning and development activities comply with the Heritage Conservation Act and meet conditions set out by the BCER. The BCER provides support throughout the entire life cycle of each project to assist permit holders in achieving best practices when managing archaeology resources. It is the post-construction phase of the project that the AAP is engaged with when the BCER evaluates the effectiveness of the permit holder's performance by auditing their archaeology management system. Each audit considers changing trends in the energy resource industry to ensure all aspects and types of developments are considered. The BCER publishes each year, if you're interested to know, an archaeology audit report on its website, and I can further link, but it's archaeology-audit-report-2023_final-.pdf. The 2023 archaeology audit report details results from BCER audit of oil and gas companies' archaeology practices related to office documentation and field practices. The audit is part of a performance-based review process. Participation by applicants is required for the BCER to gauge the efficiency of individual companies' management systems. The results of the most recent audit program report indicates most auditees have practices that address many aspects of successful archaeology resource management system, but it identifies areas of continuing improvement with the industry. I think the member will agree that under the excellent regulation of the BC Energy Regulator, its experienced archaeology branch, its experienced working with the Heritage Conservation Act, which it does, has done, under the Act since 2008, that expanding that to issues around renewable energy projects is something that the BC Energy Regulator would easily do. So that's the approach that's taken, and that capacity that has been in place now for 17 years, but started in 2008, indicates to me that that issues around the Heritage Conservation Act would be well taken care of by the BC Energy Regulator.
Member.
Through you, Chair, thank you to the Minister for that very thorough answer, and in particular spelling out the web page. I do appreciate that. Again, I think it is important, given some of the misconceptions that have been identified, that we do get some of these things on the record. Can the Minister confirm if Clause 16 includes power over First Nation burial sites or unregistered heritage grounds?
Minister.
They would, absolutely. And beyond that, remember, I just want to just give the depth of this, because it's sometimes, if we look at the period from 2018 to 2025, the decisions made in Heritage Conservation Act matters, which is, of course, in the oil and gas industry in that time. 65 site alteration permits issued. Total number of archaeology sites impacted and dealt with 142. Archaeology impact assessment reviews 522. Mitigation reviews 1,747. I'll speak here. And in all of that time, in that 7 years, involving 2,000 decisions, one is currently subject to legal challenge. One out of that 2,400 reviews and actions.
Member.
Through the Chair, thank you, Minister, for that answer. Just to clarify, I may have misheard, but did the Minister state that that Clause 16 would have, I believe that I may have misheard that it would have power over First Nations burial sites? I think I might have heard that, so perhaps if we can clarify that, please.
Minister.
So the BC Energy Regulator, as it does in oil and gas, has a responsibility to address the Heritage Conservation Act as it affects those projects, of those industries in their, both as projects and then in operations and life cycle regulation. So they have that authority. So they don't have authority to designate a site. You know what I mean? Those aren't their authorities. Their authority is to regulate those industry practices and to enforce the Heritage Conservation Act, as they've been doing for the last 17 years.
Member.
Through Madam Chair to the Minister, will existing heritage protection orders issued by the province remain in effect, or could they be overridden with this legislation?
Minister.
This does not change existing orders.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. The next question, is there a list of heritage impact assessments conducted for the selected wind projects? And again, we did discuss, actually, you know what, I'm going to scratch that question. We did discuss that yesterday or the day before. Yesterday. So I'll move on to another question through the Chair to the Minister. Can the public or local First Nations appeal a decision made under this legislation?
Minister.
So this has no effect on appeal considerations. So if under the Heritage Conservation Act, a particular decision now is subject to appeal, it would continue to be subject to appeal.
Member.
Thank you for that answer through the Chair. I believe this one has already been discussed, but again, I think in the nature of this particular clause, it'd be worth, again, placing it back into the record. Has the Union of First Nations Chiefs and the BC Assembly of First Nations been consulted on potential delegation of authority as perceived, has been perceived perhaps under this legislation?
Minister.
Yes, we discussed the consultation that took place on the Act, so yes. And I just say, and really we're talking about it at length because of some of the discussion that's taken place in the debate, but this is an existing provision, an existing authority of the BC Energy Regulator. And what we're doing here is allowing for delegation of authority under what's called Level 1 projects as the Energy Regulator starts to address issues. That was Level 1, and we talked about what that was. So this is quite a minor change in authority of this provision. I don't dispute that there are issues that have been raised by First Nations about the legislation, and we've discussed those at some length at the committee.
Member.
Thank you. Again, through the chair, thank you to the minister for the clarification. The next question that I would have is, again, as part of a clarification component of this section, is what happens if an archaeological site is uncovered mid-construction that was not identified pre-construction? Thank you.
Minister.
So the provisions of the Heritage Conservation Act apply, which means, as we've seen a number of times, especially including with BC Hydro and many others in the energy sector, a stop work, an assessment of the site, and potentially other actions taken under the Act that the regulator would have authority over.
Member.
Thank you, through the chair again, for the answer, for the clarification. My next question would be, and again, this is a clarification one. I know that we've had this discussion at length, but I think this is a real opportunity here to package it up in a nice little record. So how does this clause align with Article 11 and Article 12 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People?
Minister.
Now, the member will know there's a Heritage Conservation Act transformation project taking place now. This really doesn't fundamentally change the Act anyway, so it doesn't affect that process. That process is ongoing, and issues of bringing the Heritage Conservation Act and issues around the Declaration Act and its connection to that are being dealt with in that process.
I won't be asking further questions.
Shall Clause 16 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 17 pass? Aye. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Again, through the chair, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I think there's an opportunity here to give the minister an opportunity, a very clear opportunity to correct what he's identified in his as perhaps some information that could be done or could be interpreted a little bit differently. What justifies excluding renewable energy facilities from this? Actually, I'm not going to ask that one. Yeah. Well, what are the implications for liability in the event of equipment failure or fire under these standards?
Minister.
Okay, just to say, maybe for starters, for the committee, that Section 17 of the bill disapplies a select provision of the Safety Standards Act relating to gas systems, pressure piping and refrigeration equipment at renewable energy facilities to ensure that Technical Safety BC and the BCER are not regulating the same equipment. This is the same model that is currently used for oil and gas and hydrogen facilities. And just say, again, that member for Surrey Right Rock, essential safety standards under the Safety Standards Act can now simply be disregarded. False. Member for Richmond Centre, the bill allows the regulator to override existing safety regulations. False. The member for Bulkley Valley Stikeen, another deeply troubling provision is the removal of the Safety Standards Act. False. And I could go on 20 more times, but I won't. I just say that this is a technical amendment, Honourable Speaker, and obviously the member for Peace River South didn't raise it in second reading because he took the time to understand the bill, but this does not override any safety standards. It merely means that we don't have duplication of regulation and makes sense for the legislation, and is exactly the same application of the Safety Standards Act that exists for the oil and gas industry and for hydrogen. And I would add to that it's really important not to scare people, Honourable Speaker, with respect to legislation. And, you know, there's 20 plus quotes I could name where people suggest this does something completely other than it actually does. So I'm happy to have an opportunity to clarify that to the House.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. One final opportunity to clarify on this clause, and then I'll move on. Has WorkSafe BC reviewed or commented on the safety, not program, but on this, the safety component that is represented by this clause?
Minister.
There is no change to WorkSafe BC's jurisdiction or responsibilities.
Aye. Recognizing the member for shall clause 17 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 18, recognizing the member for Peace River South.
You weren't quick enough. Another opportunity for the minister to provide some clarification through the chair. On clause 18, will recovery strategies for at-risk species be integrated into project conditions?
Minister.
So, Honourable Speaker, the legislation doesn't change how the Wildlife Act operates. Instead, it allows the decision maker to be changed to the BCR for the purpose of supporting the one-window model. Bill 14 does not remove any existing requirements or processes under the Wildlife Act, none, including the ones discussed by the member. The bill enables the Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship to delegate select regional managers and director powers under the Wildlife Act to the BCER, as we've done in the single window model through the range of legislation. This provision is needed to support a one-window approach, as a project proponent may now need permits under the Wildlife Act to proceed with their projects. In exercising delegated powers under the Wildlife Act, the BCER has to follow the same processes and make the same considerations as if they were the official named in the Wildlife Act. For example, the BC Energy Regulator were delegated Section 25(1) of the Wildlife Act, which provides for the cancellation or suspension of permits. They would still have to make decisions according to the Wildlife Act, including only suspending or cancelling the permit if the cause was sufficient, providing the permit holder with an opportunity to be heard, and informing the permit holder of the period of ineligibility. Essentially, this is the application of the Wildlife Act as it is now, with a role in the regulation of renewable energy projects for the BC Energy Regulator. There's a lot of discussion in second reading space about the risks to hunters and trappers and guide outfitters. None of that is correct. This is the same Wildlife Act with strict narrowly to regulating renewable energy resources regulated by the BC Energy Regulator.
Member.
So I think, thank you for that answer through the chair. I think this would be an excellent opportunity for the minister to provide some clarification. So I'll ask this question very directly. Will this delegation of power that was just discussed include any ability to bypass hunting, trapping, or species disturbance rules?
Minister.
So the BC Energy Regulator is regulating, remember, the proponent of a renewable energy project and the authorizations of that proponent. The regulator will not be able to cancel or suspend permits issued to someone that is not the proponent of a renewable energy project. This say that it is exactly the opposite of what 31 members of the opposition said. That's just a fact. And as I said to people, hunters and guide outfitters, they got lots of issues, and they've got issues with our government, and engage with them all the time. And I admire people who love the outdoors, who are hunters and are trappers and are guide outfitters. This does not change things for them, unless by coincidence they're running a renewable energy project. But that's not to do with their being hunters or guide outfitters or anything else. And I think, like I say, it's important. There are always legitimate disagreements in legislation, but this isn't one of them. We don't need to create ones that don't exist. This one doesn't exist, and we don't want to create any uncertainty for people when there isn't any uncertainty here.
Member.
Thank you for that clarification, Minister. One other opportunity I think here that would be reasonable to provide some clarity on is, could permits be approved even if the proposed site is a known nesting area or critical habitat?
Minister.
Well, species are well protected in federal laws as well as the Wildlife Act. So what would happen is those acts would apply both at the federal level and at the provincial level. So it's hard to comment on a specific case that you don't know about, but I think the circumstances of the member's case, no, that would not happen. And if it did happen, it would have to comply with the Wildlife Act and the federal laws protecting species, which are, shall we say, fairly strict.
Member.
Thank you for that answer through the chair. Another one that I think could help provide some clarity is, can the minister confirm if habitat impact assessments are still required under this clause?
Minister.
Well, it's an important principle that the regulator has to apply the act. So if those requirements are required under the current act, they are required now. They will be required.
Member.
I do believe that I know the answer to this one already as well, but will biodiversity corridors and species at risk habitats be mapped and excluded from streamlining? Or from projects that are subject to this act?
Minister.
Well, protecting species, it will be obviously a role for the outstanding teams of biologists at the BCER, but it will certainly be able to address that. And of course, the existing provisions of the Wildlife Act will apply. And this is a limited application, remember, to renewable energy projects.
Member.
I believe that, thank you, Minister, through the chair. I believe that this was touched on, but it's worth, again, in my mind, making it very clear, is what process exists for citizens to review or challenge permits under this act?
Minister.
As noted, these are delegations. The Wildlife Act stands on its own, so any opportunities that exist now under the Act will continue to exist.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. This will be my final question on this clause, and I think, again, this is something that that would help clarity. Can this clause or can this act be used to allow industrial access through provincial parks or conservatories?
Minister.
That would be no.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries to Milkameen.
Will any of the areas where we've been actively planning or working on restoration of lineal lines to protect wildlife habitats be considered for these projects? There's large swaths of the province that we've been actively restoring lineal lines to protect caribou and other wildlife habitats. Would any of that work be undone by considering a project of either roads to these windmills or lineal lines?
Minister.
Well, obviously, projects are assessed case by case, and the biologists working on the projects would be considering all of those questions. As noted to the member for Peace River South, the provisions of the Wildlife Act are unchanged here, and they're simply being applied by the professional staff of the BC Energy Regulator.
Member.
I'm not positive that all the work that's being done under the restoration of the lineal lines specifically fall under the Wildlife Act. My concern is that we spent a lot of provincial money removing lineal lines, and then we're going to go back in and we're going to put roads and these big structures in areas that we've actively been trying to remove those lines from.
Minister.
Not everything's under the Wildlife Act, but this section is about the Wildlife Act. And what it says is the provisions of the Wildlife Act, which provide all kinds of protections, are in place and enforced in the narrow band of activity of BC renewable energy activities. And right now we're talking about 9 projects plus the North Coast transmission line, so that's significant, but it's an existing line already, so it's not a new line through British Columbia. That those will be regulated for the Wildlife Act will be regulated for that specific purpose by the BC Energy Regulator. So if there's a specific project and a concern, it would be the responsibility of the BC Energy Regulator to enforce the Wildlife Act, but also there will be opportunities for people in that process to make their case heard as well. But all of that said, the Wildlife Act, which is what we're talking about here, it's a provision, that act is intact. Things don't change, and it certainly doesn't change issues in the application of the act for hunters or guide outfitters or anyone else.
Shall Clause 18 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 19 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the member from Peace River South.
I think I did admit to this on day one that I am not a lawyer, and I don't profess to be one. So this clause was something that had me take a very close look at the Offence Act, and Clause 5 of the Offence Act is not written in a manner that I think many people would clearly understand. So I do have a number of questions on it. And the first question would be is, can the ministry identify what types of violations under this act can now be prosecutable due to the exclusion of Section 5?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. And I just want to maybe lay out the significance of this section. It's a good way to start, as I understand it. And then it's a good way to start. Perhaps we'll answer in advance questions that the member might have. This provision ensures that no new offences are created under this Act. Instead, the existing offence provisions under the Energy Resource Activities Act will apply to streamlined energy projects, as if they were energy resource activities under the Act. So basically, this means no new offences, but the things that are offences under the Energy Resource Activities Act will apply to renewable energy. So that's the purpose of this section of the Act, which is a technical addition, because we're making an addition and we're applying the Energy Resource Activities Act and offences there. We're saying there's no new offences to that Act. You've got your offences, those are the offences, they're in that Act.
Member.
Thank you through the chair to the minister. That does help. It does help to a certain extent. I actually did go back and into the ERAA and tried to find the administrative penalties and tried to find the criminal penalties. And I don't know if I just didn't look hard enough, but at any rate, I did fall down and go back to the internet. So I will admit that this information is from the internet. So hopefully it's correct. The one thing that in my working career, that was one thing that was always talked about, and the potential for imprisonment of up to 3 years under the ERAA. Is that, and again, I recognize that it's germane to this clause, but I realize we're not talking about that act. Can we confirm that that is in fact the case?
Minister.
Thank you. So the key provisions of the ERAA are sections 86 and then there's a series of afterwards with it, but the ones detailing the offences are in section 86 of the ERAA, and they're detailed. And then there's a separate regulation which I've asked staff to provide to the honourable member, which detail the penalties. Because those would change more; those wouldn't necessarily be in the Act. So, and I won't go through all of the sections that are contraventions, but they're all found in section 86, and those would continue to apply. All this provision does is ensure that this Act doesn't add additional offences here. But these offences would apply to energy resource activities under the Act.
Member.
Oh, sorry. Anxious, late night. Through the chair, thank you for that explanation. I'll be honest, as a layperson, when I first read that clause and then went back into the act itself, at first read, it did seem as though the penalties had been removed. So that's why I did dig into it. But I am happy to hear that that is not the case. But I think also in the vein of clarity, I will ask a few further questions, again, just to get them on the record. Will a violator still face administrative fines or only civil remedies under this act?
Minister.
So the answer is yes, and I'll just give you this example on the clause. There's these fines and there's administrative penalties. The administrative penalties are in the accompanying regulation, but just as an example, Section 86.1 of the ERAA, a person who contravenes Section 21, 35.1, 36.1, 37.1, or 2, 39.3, 40, 61, or 81, or in relation to an order issued under Section 49, Section 82, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $1,500,000 or to imprisonment of not more than 3 years or to both. So that's the first set of fines that the member has found on the internet, and he's quite correct. And then in Section 2, just an example, a person who contravenes Section 35.3 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $1 million or to imprisonment for not more than 2 years. So those are obviously serious actions. In addition, there are administrative penalties that exist in the regular statutes of the ERA.
Member.
Through the chair, thank you again to the minister for that answer. I think I'll ask one final question with respect to clause 19, as it is a one-sentence clause. This one again raised some. When I first read it, that my interpretation was different from what the clarity here has been given. So under the guise of my original understanding, I will ask this question. Has Crown Counsel raised concerns about enforcement limits under this clause, i.e. are they sufficient?
Minister.
No.
Shall Clause 19 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 20 pass? Aye. Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to move an amendment to Clause 20.1 in my name. And I'll speak to it. May I speak to it briefly? So this amendment, should it pass, would require all regulations that are made, amended, or repealed under this Act to be, as soon as practicable, published on a publicly accessible website. Any regulations, and there are a significant amount of regulations that will come under this Act. Under section or Clause 20, there are 8 subsections of classes of regulations. I'm aware that orders in council are currently findable on a public website, but they're not easily findable or publicly accessible. So these would include a public summary and, most importantly, include the rationale for the regulations that are made under this Act. So why the government considers why Cabinet considers it's necessary and what it hopes to achieve with them. This is a simple measure to ensure transparency and accountability for decision making. We've heard from the minister that regulations will be made under this as enabling legislation. Regulations will come. The BC Energy Regulator process will be developed as we go.
Member,
yes.
I'm just going to stop you here. Because you're adding a clause after Clause 20, it would need to be moved after Clause 20 has passed.
Exactly, so it comes out.
That's an additional. It's not a Clause 20 sub 1, it's a Clause 20.1. It comes after 20.
Should we just take a brief recess to clarify?
Sure.
Because if Clause 20 passes, I'm just going to go to 21. And you
Yeah.
I call the Committee of the Whole, Section C back to order, recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the sequencing clear up, we'll adjust this to adding words under clause 19.1. And I'll just speak very briefly to it a little bit more. Simple transparency, I'll note it's the same provisions as we put into Bill 7, which I'll note the third party just voted in favor of at third reading. Bill 7 required some transparency. I will say that if this is good enough for the Attorney General, this should be good enough for this bill. And I would urge members to vote in favor of this simple transparency measure for regulations that are yet to come on this legislation.
Thank you, member. We'll take a brief recess to review the amendment. Committee of the whole, Section C, back to order. We have removed. We're back to order. Room. Thank you. Reviewing the proposed amendment, it is in order, so debate on clause 19.1. The amendment. No speakers. Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in favor of the amendment that my colleagues put forward here. I think it's pretty rational and actually is somewhat mirroring what we've seen in previous legislation that was supported by the government. So, and unfortunately, we're now getting pressed for time because this government's chosen to invoke closure this evening. So I support this. I support this amendment, and I urge the government to do so as well. Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. I don't support the amendment because we already do this. We publish regulations in a place that everyone knows, which is BC laws. We publish them now. Publishing them in another place at a different time doesn't add to transparency. It takes away from transparency. So I appreciate the desire for transparency here, but both BCER regulations and Lieutenant Governor and Council regulations are published, and they're published upon coming into effect on a public website that's well known and understood by everybody. So to duplicate that somewhere else wouldn't make sense, and so I wouldn't support the amendment, not because I'm hostile to the amendment, because I don't think it's a good idea, and so I would oppose the amendment. Clearly, it's not needed to do the purposes. I know the member has another amendment which this links to, and that's a different debate that we'll have, perhaps. But in this case, the amendment isn't necessary, it's duplicative. We already do this, and we'll continue to do this.
Okay. Shall the amendment pass? Nay. The ayes have it. I heard the ayes have it. Division has been called.
You guys called it? Just a point where I think there's clearly a division here. The suggestion was that the ayes have it on the amendment, and so we're obviously calling a division on that. If this is an issue on the amendment, we're not supporting the amendment as presented by the member on the government side, and so there will presumably be a division on that question. Right? So division.
Division has been called.
We can wait time.
Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is on the amendment, which is Clause 19. Those in favor, please rise or indicate otherwise. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or indicate otherwise. Thank you. You may be seated. Clerk?
Those voting aye, Maas, McCall, L. Neufeld, Payton, Wilson, Valeri at 6. Those voting nay, Dix, B. Anderson, Malcolmson, Aurora, Whiteside, Neal, 6.
Members, there being an equal number of votes for and against, the chair must make a casting vote. The chair votes against the amendment, keeping the bill intact in its original form and adopted as a second reading. Should we take, do we need more people? Take a brief, we're getting the staff in, so.
We don't need to.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to move an amendment to Clause 19.2 in my name, adding text which, again, similar to amendment of Bill 7, would task a select standing committee of this Assembly to be referred all regulations made under this Act. Thank you. Committee would have 30 days after the date of regulation is filed to begin a review of the regulation. I will be quite clear in that I support the idea of streamlining renewable energy projects.
Member, we're going to have to determine whether or not the amendment's in order. So we're going to take a brief recess. Okay. If it's in order, then you can speak to it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Order on Bill 14, Renewable Energy Project Streamline Permitting Act. On the amendment from the leader of the third party, the amendment is deemed out of order. So, I can tell you the reason why, but it's due to the fact that there is no Energy Resources Amendment Act. So on Clause 20, shall Clause 20 pass? Aye. So ordered. I'll recognize, recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate about that amendment, but definitely respect the process. Just what, in terms of, trying to frame a way to ask this, but what guidance documents would exist to prevent abuse of this clause?
Recognizing the minister.
I don't want to be too government 101 here, but there's the Constitution Act, there's the Interpretation Act, and they're the four corners of this act, which is true of all legislation prepared and presented in the legislature.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So will the government be publishing a schedule of regulatory decisions made specifically under this clause?
Yeah, all OIC laws are published in a matter that the member is quite familiar with, but as regulations come into force.
I would ask members to please keep their voices down. Thank you. Thanks.
Minister. Yeah, thank you. OICs are published, as the member knows, as acts come into force, so they're regularly published. That was part of the discussion in the last section. And so we're obviously, when regulations are made, they're published. And then there's, that's true whether it's by the BC Energy Regulator under its authority or the Lieutenant Governor and Council under Cabinet's authority.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So by the Lieutenant Governor and Council, cannot be declared new projects streamlined without public consultation or impact assessment. So can new projects come into effect without consultation or what I'd call an impact assessment?
Recognizing the minister.
So new projects can be designated to transfer to the regulator for oversight. Obviously, new projects can't be approved in this way. They go to the oversight body.
We're on Clause 20. Shall Clause 20 pass? Aye. So ordered. We're on Clause 21, recognizing the leader of the third party.
Mr. Chair, I rise to attempt Second Amendment with typo removed. Same amendment.
Thanks, we'll take it and we'll circulate. Should we not? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This amendment would task a select standing committee with reviewing the regulations that are put forward under this. As stated previously, support the idea of streamlining renewable energy, but we need to make sure that checks and balances are intact and that there is a legislative oversight on this. Select standing committee would review the regulations and report back to the legislature.
Great. Thank you. Okay, great, it's in order. So would you like to briefly speak to it?
I'll briefly speak to it. I understand we're close to the guillotine, and I'm sure it's very tempting for the government to push this through. However, I do believe this is a transparency and oversight, and I take the minister's point about the previous amendment that these are published. However, this would bring the regulations that are made under this, which are paramount to how it is going to be enforced, particularly the BC Energy Regulator process, and enabling legislation requires regulations. We don't know what those are. This should be beyond the control of just Lieutenant Governor and Council. It should come back to the duly elected legislature, and this would allow the committee to have the ability to receive regulations and ensure legislative oversight. So I understand that we are under a time constraint, but I would urge the government to allow this to pass so that we can.
Members, noting the hour, I'll put the question on the amendment before the committee proceeds to finalize clause-by-clause consideration of Bill number 14 entitled Renewable Energy Project Streamlined Permitting Act pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House on May 6. Shall the amendment pass? You should have a copy of it. Shall the amendment pass?
Nay. Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
So are we limiting the opportunity to speak to the amendment? I'm not.
Yes.
But under the standing orders, I don't think that's, I'm not challenging the chair. I just want clarification on what the rules are regarding an amendment on.
Due to the time allocation, as was adopted by the House on May 6, we have to proceed to clause by clause.
Chair, on the.
Sorry, recognizing member for Surrey Whitecross.
Okay, so I'm just clarifying, so there's no opportunity for members in this committee room right now to either speak in support or opposition of the amendment that my colleagues put forward? Because I was the understanding that the amendment process had to carry out for the vote, but that was not a restriction of the speakers. If I'm mistaken, then so be it. But I thought that we would be able to speak either in support or opposition of an amendment.
That is the case. So shall the amendment pass?
Nay.
Let's try that one more time. Shall the amendment pass?
Nay.
The amendment's defeated.
Division.
A division has been called.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be, I wasn't trying to be argumentative, I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's all I just wanted to know. That's not your, I just.
Before putting the question, I remind all members that only members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please rise or otherwise indicate. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. You may be seated. Thank you, members. Clerk.
Those voting aye, Maas, McCall, L. Newfeld, Payton, Wilson, Valeriot, 6. Those voting nay, Dixby, Anderson, Malcolmson, Kang, Neal, Rutledge, 6.
Members, there being an equal number of votes for and against, the chair must make a casting vote. The chair votes against the amendment to keep the bill intact in its original form as adopted at second reading. In accordance with the time allocation order, I will now put the question on all remaining clauses of the bill. Members, a division on the remaining clauses in the title cannot be called, but in accordance with practice recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will now proceed. Shall clause 21 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 22 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 23 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 24 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 25 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. So ordered. Shall clause 26 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 27 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. The minister, would you like to?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. On division. This committee stands adjourned.